Hello everyone, how you doing? Welcome back to the stream. To Final Fantasy XIV, we're finally back. How you all doing? There we go, that's better. We ready for more Final Fantasy XIV? You ready for more Final Fantasy XIV, where we could actually finally finish a Realm Reborn and the updates, and then we can get into Heavensward expansion, maybe finally. After over a month away from Final Fantasy XIV, I can finally get back into it. No, I have not watched the Elden Ring gameplay preview. I'm a bit torn on whether I actually want to watch it or not. To be honest, I haven't decided, because I could do a reaction to it, but at the same time, I kind of want to jump into Elden Ring as blind as possible. You know, kind of want to jump into it as blind as possible. This is a decent Final Fantasy shred-ins for sure. This is my first online one. I've never played. I'm not really an MMO person, so this was like my first one, and this is a lot of fun. I really enjoy how this game plays. It's very nice, but I'm a big fan of the single-player Final Fantasy games as well. But my morning's going pretty good, Dex. It's going pretty good. Just started, 8 in the morning, ready to go. Ready to actually get back into Final Fantasy again. Crystal Rose, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate the 3-month Prime. Good morning. Good morning. I'm assuming Elden Ring looks beautiful. I'm assuming it looks beautiful. Safe to watch until they say that they are about to show a boss at the end. Interesting. Alright. Yeah, but I couldn't do a reaction video to that, where we get to a certain point and they just go, okay guys, now I turn off the video and we don't watch the rest. So, I don't know. It would be strange if I did that. So we'll see how this. We'll see how we go in terms of this. Into this wait time. Dex, you've got a fan. You've got a fan of the Bioshock playthrough. I love it. We'll see how long this wait time is. We're currently queuing up for the Circus Tower. I did a brief read up again on the description of this place, because I don't know if any of you are returning from previous Final Fantasy streams, but the last stream we had was talking about, because we're doing like the Crystal Tower at the moment, the final like raid stuff before we can jump into the Heavensward expansion. Something about we need to take on a resurrected Emperor. And there's some random clones that showed up, Une and Doga, and some stuff. I don't know. We'll get it done. I refreshed myself on the story because it's been a month since I played Final Fantasy XIV, so needed to remember what I was actually doing. I really do wish that I finished the Crystal Tower raids around that time, but they just took so much longer than I thought, and then my break was very well timed for me to just never do that. But yeah, we've got some stuff left to go, so we'll see how much we get done. We'll see how much we get done in this stream. Hopefully we can at least begin Heavensward today. I would like that. I would like that. And I do have to remember how to play, because I've only been jumping in and logging in to play Final Fantasy XIV each week with Mobius to just look at the Final Fantasy XIV lottery. We just like check the lottery each week to see if we can win enough MGP, and then I quit the game. That's it. I jump in and go, did I win the lottery? No. Okay, let's buy tickets for next week, and then I exit the game. So I haven't really been able to jump into like dungeons or leveling or anything like that. So that's what I'm pretty keen to get into. So a few things that I need to get to. I'm not sure if Mobius is awake at this point in time for Final Fantasy XIV. So we'll see if he ends up waking up before we get this party completed for Circus Tower. Otherwise he'll have to wait. Never mind. No, we're going in. Let's go. Little Sleepy, hello! And Shredderns, thank you so much for gifting a sub as well. Another one. Another one. To Trippe, good morning. Ready to go, baby. Alright, I've just woken up. Let's get into a raid. Okay, there's a lot of people here, and I just have to figure this out, guys. So an FYI, as I literally have no idea how to complete this raid. So if any of you experts, if we've got any experts in the comments when things come up, I would certainly appreciate it. Because we got a big group, and I'm gonna let them all down. It looks like we're just entering a boss fight, so we're okay. Dude, this music is insane. This music is insane. I do wish that I was able to play and stream Heavensward, sorry, for just Final Fantasy XIV more often, because then we could have probably gotten to Shadowbringers, but also it's hard when I am not able to really play Final Fantasy XIV as much as I want, you know. So cool running around with a huge group of people, though. The only thing breaking my immersion is the naked Vieira. Dude, look at that enemy type. He's got like 6 wolf heads. What the fuck? Like a beast head with armor. What the hell? Incredible. I love that it's like my first big activity in Final Fantasy XIV in a month, and I just jump right into a raid, and I'm like, yes, do I remember how to play? Yes, you just press buttons, and then avoid the orange glowing so I don't die. Look how insane this boss looks, though. Oh, it's got titties. You ever just have 8 wolf heads and tits? Because me too. I'm going pretty good, Tristan. Everything's going really well. We're returning to Final Fantasy XIV finally. I would love to see if we can get to the expansion today, so I'm going to push through. For that. The UI is certainly cluttered when you're in like a raid with like how many people? A lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. It's a 24-player raid. So usually the 2 bars behind my head wouldn't be there. But you can customize the HUD as much as you want. So you can actually delete, remove, shrink a whole bunch of stuff, and only show what you want. So it's actually crazy how customizable the HUD is, to be honest. Like, I've customized mine so I can have a lot of my stuff focused towards the bottom of the screen, so I can see my all of the necessary information in one place. Because the default has all of the enemy information at the top of the screen instead of where I've kept it, which I've kept the bar down the bottom here. Same with all of the buff and debuff information as well. So I have actually moved a bit of my stuff around. It doesn't help when there's so many players on screen as well, because like it's ridiculously messy at that point. Yeah, this is probably the only MMO that I think I would get into, Crystal, only because I'm a fan of Final Fantasy XIV. I'm a fan of Final Fantasy in general, so I've never played like WoW, and other MMOs don't really appeal to me at all, you know. How's audio as well, by the way, in terms of balancing with game and my voice? Is everything sweet? Should have checked that. I love how this is just literally like a boss gauntlet. Like, it's just room to room, constant chaos in boss fights. It's actually quite fun, instead of just like a lot of running. This is great. It's just like, want a boss? You want another one? And how about another one? They look sick as well. The designs on all of these bosses are so cool. Sometimes I wish that I could kind of stop to focus on them a little bit more, but it's like the chaos of the fight. You just kind of have to press your buttons, play your little silly game, and beat them. It's literally like a giant orc in a suit of armor, in a sense. I was a teenager that probably could have played World of Warcraft, but I'm glad that I didn't, to be honest. I did the sort of like close to it experience for me, like in terms of an online game that I got addicted to and played for a really long time, was definitely the first Destiny. I had a couple thousand hours in that one. Check this loot list too. Can't wield any of them, so it doesn't matter. Saladin, yeah, I've got plans for Resident Evil 3 remake eventually. It's definitely on the list. I'd really like to revisit Resident Evil, because I also want to get into Resident Evil Revelations as well. There's been a lot going on, you know? Oh man, Star Wars The Old Republic. Yeah, actually, I take it back. I would potentially play Star Wars The Old Republic as well for the story. I did buy it years and years ago, but I didn't have strong enough specs to really run it how I wanted to. I was running it off a Wacom tablet, which could like kind of be used as a PC, but it was a portable tablet running Windows 10, so it was like not ideal. So I got my first PC in 20. Got my first PC, I think, in 2019. My first proper PC. But I'm going to play Knights of the Old Republic first. I've been really meaning to get through to Knights of the Old Republic. I'm so excited, because big Star Wars fan, but I just never got into the Old Republic era. Look at this dude. This dude looks insane. What a cool design on this dude. He's fancy. Love it. Hello, sir. I'm a big fan of your outfit. I personally, yes, am finished with Mass Effect 3, but not on the channel yet. It's still got a few episodes to go. So unfortunately, I won't discuss my thoughts and feelings yet. I have to wait for that ending episode to go up, and then we can have a talk about it. What's my favorite PS2 game? I don't know. It's pretty hard. There's a lot of good PS2 games. PS2 is a really good era, huh? And also I've been playing some really, really good PS2 era games for the first time on the channel as well. Because it's hard, because my brain wants to go with my nostalgia choices, but I'm like, objectively, is that the best? I got killed. I think this is our Emperor boy. Is this supposed to be dialogue? There was a subtitle there. You fight valiantly, mortal. I guess there's no voice acting here. Just a small subtitle. And Heimdall's Knight, thank you so much for the kind words in the Bloodborne playthrough. I guess we're fighting Old Mate. Yep, this is the Emperor. Let's go. Final boss time. This went so much faster than I thought. Look how he's getting shredded. What a joke. Oh my god. Oh god, no, we have to do stuff. Never mind, he's no longer getting shredded. Things are happening. Artificial time delays to make the fight go for longer. There he is, he's back. Oh man, the original Jak and Daxter, yeah. There's a lot, because it's like hard, because it's like, do I go for the games that I am very nostalgic towards and that I've played time and time again? Or do I go for some games that I've played recently that objectively I think are some of the best games that I've played? It's hard. Nostalgia is a hard one to tackle, isn't it? I played a lot of James Bond on the PS2, Agent Underfire. Lord of the Rings, Two Towers, and Return of the King was a lot of fun. Can't go without mentioning Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. Jak and Daxter, obviously. My Jak and Daxter experience was very strange though, because I remember like renting Jak and Daxter, the original one, the first one. Shit, I'm dead again. This person up the top here going, raising Omega Ocelot. Raising Omega Ocelot again. Just raising them again. It's me, dying. Why can I not... Nice. Alright, Circus Tower is done. But in my in terms of like what I enjoy the most in with PS2 games that I've played recently, Silent Hill 2, Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid 3. Even though I was playing the Xbox 360 versions. When you just want everything, there you go. There you go. Now I can leave. Get all of the things. Yeah. What else have I got on here? Oh, this is also the best game on the. This is the best game on the PlayStation 2. It's green screened out SpongeBob. There you go. And the Flying Dutchman, who's also green, so he does not appear. There we go. Can I angle this? There you go. SpongeBob and Revenge of the Flying Dutchman. Played a lot of Star Wars Battlefront on PlayStation as well. PS2, Battlefront 1 and 2. Omega Ocelot. We were going for a Metal Gear Solid thing, and then also mixing that with Final Fantasy language. It was gonna be something else, Ocelot. I can't remember what we were going for. Ultima Ocelot, maybe? But it was taken. But we managed to get Omega Ocelot, which I think is pretty cool. So we were just doing like a Final Fantasy Metal Gear Solid crossover thing. Silent Taurus. I don't like Death Stranding at all. I love it. My favorite game of all time is a bit of a tough one. I don't like choosing my absolute top favorite thing because it's really hard to do so. Because I don't know, it never feels right. Like, is Final Fantasy VII my favorite game of all time? Only because I've spent so much time with it in my life. Maybe, but is it my favorite game? I don't know. I think it makes it like nostalgia makes it unfair for me to like. There have been so many good games I've played on the channel. That I've absolutely had the best time with. Some of my favorite experiences in video games, but then objectively to sit down and go, nah, this game that I played for the very first time as a kid and have always played will never be topped, you know? It's a tough one. I like to break it down into categories instead. Like, what's my favorite Final Fantasy game? What's my favorite RPG? My favorite shooter or adventure game or something like that. I can't pick my favorite game, man. What's my favorite stealth tactical based game? Because there's only one of those. I do plan on eventually doing a male Shep playthrough of Mass Effect, doing Renegade, but I have asked if people are keen to see that on the channel at some point. Spider-Man for PS4 is one of the best games, Sam. 2018 was insane. 2018 they were just like, hey guys, do you want some great video games? What the fuck is Nero doing? And why does he look psycho? What is our psycho Nero man doing? ...2018 was one of my favorite years for gaming though. It was like, they were just like, hey, would you like to play the best games ever? I was like, yes, please. I would love that. They were like, would you like Red Dead 2 and God of War and Spider-Man? And then I also played Breath of the Wild for the first time in that year, as well as the first Ni no Kuni game. It was crazy. Played a lot of cool games that year. What a nice, kind-looking emperor this guy is. And Dex Fable's one of the best games ever. The Fable Lost Chapters and Fable 2. My faves. Mr. Braz, if I was to pick my best Sony exclusive game, I would say God of War. Because that was my game of the year for 2018. Bear Samu, any games on the channel that I didn't like? There are games that I didn't like more than others. Not one that I like straight up after finishing that game I was like, I hated that and that sucked. But there were maybe some games that I had like just like less positive feelings for, I guess, you know. Yeah, Bloodborne and Last of Us would be a very good PlayStation exclusives for sure. Horizon's great. No, I like Dark Souls too. Sid, cleaning up. Like I liked Rule of Rose, but it was certainly not what I expected. In the end, ooh, just watching these like evil clones get brutally massacred. Dude, sometimes I don't even understand how Uncharted 4 is a game. Uncharted 4 is wild, and it's coming to PC. Surprised they're not also announcing bringing like the Nathan Drake collection to PC either. No worries, Crystal Rose. Thank you so much for joining the stream. Have a good one. Oh no, sucked into the darkness, portal of darkness. Oh no. That power is mine. I would say I wasn't raised with Gen 1 of Pokemon. But if I had to choose one based on what I know about them, I would say Pokemon Yellow. Oh no, they've all been pulled into the darkness, portal of darkness. No! You get Pikachu and the 3 starters? The covenant shall be honored. I am the cloud of darkness. I shall devour your light and return this world to the void. What? Oh, goodbye all of the clone people. Good. Yeah, Resident Evil 6 is probably in that pile of ones that I kind of dislike. There were some highlights and some good moments in there. It's a good game, but it's a bad Resident Evil game. I started with Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. I was a Gen 3 Game Boy Advance boy, and Pokemon Emerald is definitely my favorite. Speak with Rambros. Okay. Where is Rambros? Alright. Can we fly out of here? Hey guys, look what I've got. Look what I got. I don't know if you guys saw me with this, but I have a car. I think I got my car while I was on break, because this is why I grinded so much in the Gold Saucer for MGP, so I could buy a stupid car for 200,000 MGP. I can't even fly it right now because I guess this is a no-fly zone, because I have to go through the Crystal Gate. I try to reply as much as I can when I'm not like super focused in fighting against enemies and trying to keep my thoughts. Every Twitch stream becomes a live Q&A session of when will you play Sekiro? Can I fly now? I can. They fly now. They fly now? Yes. La la la, la la la. Rolling up to Rambros with my regalia. Hey boy, wanna go for a ride? It took me forever to get a Nintendo DS to get onto Gen 4 and beyond of Pokemon. I remember finally getting a 3DS and just buying all of the older Pokemon games and finally playing through them all. And then I have completed the National Dex only once. I did that. I completed the National Dex by the time of Generation 5 in Black and White. Got 649 Pokemons, and it was a living dex too, so if I went in my PC I had like one of every Pokemon. It was so satisfying. And then I almost completed it again in Gen 7 with like XY and then the Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire remakes. I was like a few Pokemon away from that, and then I kind of loosely played Sun and Moon for a while. Generation 8 was playing that. Having a fun time. No, wait. Generation 8. No, Generation 7 was Sun and Moon. Generation 6 was X and Y, I think. Yes. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Yeah, Generation 8, I think, is Sword and Shield, which I haven't touched. I've not bought those games. I haven't played any Pokemon in a while. The last Pokemon game that I bought was Mystery Dungeon for the Switch, the remake, because I love the original Red Rescue Team Mystery Dungeon game. It's the only Mystery Dungeon game that I've played, though. I hear the other ones are pretty good. And then Pokemon Diamond and Pearl remakes come out this month, and I was considering playing it, but just so many games, so little time. I don't know if I'll have time to jump in and start playing Pokemon on the channel, so I might just buy it, play it my own time, to be honest. My Switch is kind of gathering dust. Because I never even finished the Mystery Dungeon remake when I bought it, because I just got swept up in everything else. I've played The Witcher 3, Kota. I've played The Witcher 3. A very disjointed playthrough of Witcher 3 over like 4 years, so I actually kind of am sad that I didn't smash it out and play it through in one go. I got very sidetracked because the game is huge. So I would like to revisit The Witcher 3 after I play Witcher 1 and 2 blind. Zugliki, hello. I have played Telltale, yes. I've played and 100% completed The Wolf Among Us. That was good. That was a great game. So I'm excited for the sequel. And then I've played The Walking Dead Season 1 and I think Season 2. And then that's kind of it, I think. I think I own the Borderlands 1, but I haven't played that. And I think... no. There's also the Game of Thrones one. I haven't played that. And then I own the Batman one as well. Okay, I'm pretty sure that we have to keep doing this quest. This is the next one, the World of Darkness. I've played Outlast 1, but not Outlast 2. Let's do a call a timeout on the have you played questions. I do have a link to a list of games that I intend to play on the channel, if you want to have a look at that one. The Emperor has sealed a binding covenant. So we have to go and rescue those two clones out of the Cloud of Darkness, I guess. This is the last raid. Nice. We've moved on from NPC nodding, just doing the classic RPG nod. And we have now upgraded to this. Mega, just the man we need. Okay. So, Crystal Tower, Circus Tower, and then speak with Wedge at the 8 Sentinels. Yo. Hello, Kasumi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome to Flying Car Game. Today, we're flying the car. You can also drive the car on the ground. There's also polar bears. Da, da, da. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I just don't want to spam the announcements channel every time I go live. Also, considering nobody really shows up for Final Fantasy 14, so I don't want to just be like, "Hey guys, I'm playing Final Fantasy 14 again." Yeah, because nobody cares. We're almost ready. So yeah, I don't know. I tend to just make the announcements channel more for the big stuff that I like to announce. Like when I was just like, I'm not referencing you guys. I'm referencing people that have left YouTube comments on the YouTube videos that I've uploaded of like the archive streams for Final Fantasy 14 of people going, I don't know why he's still playing this garbage. He gets no views, is what I'm talking about. Gaienbox, he's back. Thank you for the 3-month sub, Gaienbox. How you doing? Kept me waiting, huh? I can't believe this guy is not playing Dark Souls 3 and uploading 2 to 3 times a day. So Clicky, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Oh, yes, that's because I like to play the video games that I like to play, and then hopefully you guys also like that. Yeah, I don't want to keep the announcements tab like constantly shouting off announcements, because then people will probably just end up like muting the channel and not getting any notifications. So I like to make it like the important announcements channel. But I've been trying to get like a stream alert bot to post in like somewhere, but I couldn't get it to work because it wouldn't let me link my own Twitch channel. It was like, no, you can only link anybody else's but yours. So I don't know. Some bad experiences, and I think that's probably a fair thing for anyone's experience in the in the Souls community. It has been largely and mostly positive, which has been very very heartwarming. I think I'm very lucky for that. But some people just have to get a little bit personal sometimes. The Kojima and the From Software guy. Nah. I like being the Kojima guy. It's fun. Metal Gear Solid community is one of the best. Until it comes to talking about Metal Gear Solid 4 and 5. And then everyone goes to war. Rewatching the Metal Gear Solid playthroughs, it's good. Metal Gear Solid 4 is the best one, so... There it is. We're back again. Thank you so much, Gaienbox. I really appreciate it. Thank you for welcoming me back. It's been great coming back to do streams. The Dark Souls Caveman run, when we were able to finish that, was awesome. I loved that. And then I got to do some Halo streams with Dex soon, when Dex frees up his schedule and he's not so much of a of a busy man. We're going to play Halo Combat Evolved first, and then hopefully we can get through the Halo campaigns before Infinite. I mean, probably not. To be fair, the game comes out in a month, so we might just have to stream Halo campaign playthroughs alongside me doing a Halo Infinite Let's Play on the channel. Dino Crisis 2 is not currently in the polls for the Big Boss tier. I did a poll last month, and a game was a clear, outstanding winner. So that game will be next on the channel. Super secret game that nobody knows about except people who voted for it. So that'll be a nice surprise to drop on the channel. I think it's one that people have been looking forward to for a while. There was another game on there that unfortunately did not win that a lot of people have also been talking about. So people do be battling it out. But I'll eventually get to Dino Crisis 2. It's on my list. I enjoyed the first game, and if the second game's better, then I'll definitely enjoy that too. But I've got so many games to play, and I think that's a bit of an understatement. I gotta do Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes. I gotta do Resident Evil 3 Remake, Resident Evil Revelations 1 and 2. I gotta do Silent Hill Homecoming. I gotta make my return to Silent Hill. That town of Silent Hill. Dino Crisis 2. Puzzle Crisis. Yeah, coming back from break and then just going, Happy Halloween, everybody, here's a million games, has been pretty rough. I got to a point where I was like, I may have bitten off more than I can chew, but I'm doing okay. We're still getting stuff out. Little Nightmares was a lot of fun, and Amnesia is a lot of fun, if you could call it fun. Use the Duty Finder to enter the World of Darkness. I'm gonna be entering the World of Darkness. Oh yeah, I do need to record Berserk. What is it? It's Friday. It's Friday. There'll be a new Berserk episode in a couple of days. I need to actually record that. I'll probably do that after the stream. We will see. We will see. In the twilight of his reign, the first and last emperor of Alag, Zand? I never know how to pronounce whenever they do like this, like the E on the end. Is it silent? Zand? Desired power above all else, he turned to the terrible being known as the Cloud of Darkness, a ruler of the void, and asked of her strength to make the world kneel before his throne with a covenant of blood. Zandy? It is Zandy? Cool, I did say it right. Love it. Whenever you play like a fantasy game and they use like big words and you're just like, not these words, but like whenever you hear Oriange talking, you're just like, oh my god, mate, stop talking, just chill out, please. Oriange, stop it. Alright, we'll form up for the World of Darkness. That Circus Tower raid went so quickly, it was insane. Yeah, because we've got Mass Effect wrapping up, the games we'll be focusing on will be Bloodborne, Death Stranding, and Amnesia. And then once Amnesia wraps up, because Amnesia I don't think should be too long. Horror games don't tend to be really long. We'll continue playing Bloodborne and Death Stranding, and then after that will be the next Patreon game, and then I'll need to put up a new poll to vote for another one. We will see. We will see. Alright guys, I'm queuing up and we're forming a party for this raid, so I've got time. So if we can, I can answer your burning questions for a short period of live Q&A. Because I'm waiting to queue up into this raid. How good is this music? The music for Final Fantasy XIV is insane. Part of the reason why I'm very, very excited for Final Fantasy XVI, considering it's got the same creative team. Superman, thank you for the kind words, really appreciate it. Do I think Ocelot is really the main character in Metal Gear Solid? No. Come on, guys. We all know that the main character in Metal Gear Solid is the cardboard box. The main character in Metal Gear is nanomachines, son. Much more of a quest than the bouncing back and forth of ARR. Love it. The bouncing back and forth stuff was a bit silly, so I'm excited. I'm so excited for Heavensward to get into the new expansion and then to just keep going from there. It's gonna be great. Favorite Resident Evil game? I actually really like the first-person Resident Evils. Resident Evil 7 and 8 were so much fun for me. Loved those games. Resident Evil 8 is gorgeous visually as well. If I was to pick like my favorite of each sort of era, I would say Resident Evil 2. No, wait. Resident Evil 2, I'm trying to pick... I really like Resident Evil 1, the remake, for like the fixed camera perspective. For the third-person games, I really like Resident Evil 2 remake, and then for the first person, I would say Resident Evil 7. But my absolute favorite is obviously Resident Evil 6. There's way more than 17 Final Fantasies, Mr. Braz, way more. There's 16, Final Fantasy 16 is coming out. That's the next mainline game. But there's like, there's much more. There's much more than 17. You gotta account for all the spin-offs and prequels and sequels and remakes and remasters. My favorite Silent Hill game is definitely Silent Hill 2. Enough to the point where I actually did an analysis video on it. Like, I loved that game to the point where I felt like I needed to like pick it apart and like study it and do my own video on analyzing it. That game was just like, it blew me away because I had no expectations because I didn't know what the hell was going on. I was just like, oh, this is like a popular horror game that people really always consider the best. So I'll check it out. And holy crap, was that crazy. And it was like the combat, the gameplay's fun. for Silent Hill 2. The story is insane. The music is beautiful and haunting at the same time. I love how natural the voice acting feels. It's awesome. So Silent Hill 2. But I really enjoyed all of them. Probably Silent Hill 1 I enjoyed the least gameplay-wise, but I thought the story was a bit interesting. But I like Silent Hill 2's story a lot. I am looking forward to Hogwarts Legacy, Dex, but I haven't given it a hell of a lot of thought, to be honest. Because they just popped up with a trailer and then they've been pretty quiet on it since. But RPG Hogwarts looks good. I'm keen for RPG Hogwarts. Alright, I gotta commence this. And then where does Resident Evil 4 come onto the list? I like Resident Evil 4. It's hard to do. We need to do a tier list, but I need to wait until I finish all of the Resident Evil games, and then I'll do a tier list. The same way that I need to do a tier list for Metal Gear Solid once I finish Twin Snakes. Because I need to do a tier list, and then you will get my full answer. My favorite mechanic in RPGs. What's my favorite mechanic in RPGs? I guess I really like the ability to build a character with stats and skills and really like fall into that, you know. Guy in Box, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Calor. Calor pops in to say hello, gets gifted a sub immediately. Oh, I'm gonna try and do my best to chat with you guys, but just while we're in the raid, I will focus on that, okay? But I'm frozen. No! Everyone's frozen. Okay. I wouldn't say Resident Evil 4 is definitely, just to answer the Resident Evil 4 question at least, it's definitely not low on the list at all. It's a great game. Can I just point out how absolutely amazing this music is? Hello, thank you so much for popping in to say hello. Have a good one. That was such a cool theme. That was such a cool theme. Is the Final Fantasy XIV soundtrack on Spotify? Because I know a lot of Final Fantasy soundtracks are. I don't know if 14 is. Whoa! Dude! Look at this big eye. God damn. Do we stand in these? I'm gonna stand in this. It looks safe. I actually think Final Fantasy VIII's soundtrack... Oh god. I actually think Final Fantasy VIII's soundtrack is Nobuo Uematsu's best work. It's not even a joke. Okay, what the fuck is going on? Do we need to stand in it or not? Fucking god. Oh, final hourglass. Attack this thing. Ah! I couldn't even target it properly. Alright, attack the hourglasses. Listen to the Final Fantasy VIII soundtrack and tell me it ain't the best shit you ever heard. And what I love about it as well is so much of Final Fantasy VIII's like style and identity with its music is actually in Final Fantasy IX as well. It carries over. You can see how like when he decided to like the same type of stuff he decided to use. Final Fantasy IX. Oh, and I'm dead. Shit. We dead. $40 hours of Final Fantasy XIV music on Spotify. Yes. Everyone is dying, and we're just waiting on getting raised. Waiting on getting raised. Anyone gonna raise? Hey, look. Queen Yharnam. We got a Bloodborne reference in here. And the healer finally got revived. Thank you. God damn. Get back in. Destroy the hourglasses. I will say though, in regards to Final Fantasy X soundtrack, it's by no means bad at all. Like, it is one of the most beautiful soundtracks I've ever heard. There's some really good calming pieces of music in there. Oh, we killed him. Love it. I was too busy smashing hourglasses. Tristan, I played Dirge Cerberus as a kid, so while it's probably one of the most cringest things that they've ever done, and it's an awful Final Fantasy VII game, I love Dirge Cerberus so much. Oh my god. Someone didn't res one of the fucking DPS dudes. I feel so bad for him. Look at him. You know it. He's dead. He's dead. Alright, you got it. There he is. He's back. Oh my god, it's another one of these, except now it's different slightly. Queen Scylla. Prepare to get shredded. Yeah, like I'm not gonna defend Dirge Cerberus. It's a pretty bad game. But the child in me loves it. Woo! Zandy's clone. That's such an interesting fight. Sarcasm. Let's clone him. That'll be fun. Mobius, you're awake. You kept me waiting, huh? Hey, you! You're finally awake. We're in the last raid for the Crystal Tower, so congratulations. You didn't even have to study what to do. It's been pretty chill though, to be honest. I'm just scrolling up a bit to try and, while I'm walking. It's a literal 5-headed dragon. Guy in box, Via Purifico is definitely up the top there in terms of Final Fantasy X music. Wandering Flame is probably one of my best though. Wandering Flame might be one of my favorites from Final Fantasy X. The Macalania Woods are really nice as well. Just even the Besaid Island music is so good. Like they consistently nailed every single tone that they were going for with that game's music, whether it comes from the calm, peaceful music to the sad music to the battle music. Just so good. Good first time chat from viewer Jasopians, dropping in to say Bean. Love that. Everybody's hanging around on the outside. No, everyone's on the inside. Where the fuck do I stand? I don't know. I'm just gonna let this happen. Fuck it. I'm probably gonna die. The head of fire is shattered. What's happening? I'm just gonna stand here. Nice. I didn't die, so that's good enough for me. The dragon grows new heads. This is literally a Hydra. I love it. This is sick. Apparently, Macarena Woods. Yeah, apparently, Chrono Cross is getting a remaster? Interesting. I still gotta play Chrono Trigger. That's on my list as well. Once I start getting JRPGs on the channel, either everybody's gonna love it or everybody's gonna hate it, because they're gonna be like, oh, this game's so long, why are you playing it? Play more Bloodborne for the 6th time. Oh shit. Yeah, just you wait till I start playing JRPGs. We'll never get out of that hole that I dig for myself. Chrono Trigger, and then Chrono Cross, I guess. Legend of Dragoon, Vagrant Story, as well as all of the as well as all of the Final Fantasy games that I haven't played yet. Someone in the chat, I've fallen and I can't get up. Nice. We did it. We did it. How long did I wait in the duty finder? Like less than 10 minutes for both raids. I will always play what I want to play. I think that's kind of what's important, is I've always just played what I wanted to play on the channel, even if it didn't get like many views, because I've seen comments being like, oh, this video has no views, and it's like, well, I mean, all right, bro, all right, that's fine. Look at this disgusting thing. Moaning Atomos. Oh my god. Alright, I guess we're in groups and we're fighting this. This is one of my favorite things about fighting with raids with like 24 people, is whenever you split up and you have to do things like separately. I think that's super cool. The way that this game handles like teamwork and coordination was awesome, especially in the first Crystal Tower raid. There was like multiple points where all 3 teams had to be in different areas. I I think that was really cool. Ah! I have trauma getting knocked off of platforms from playing the stupid Yojimbo game in the Gold Saucer. Nice. Did we do it? Hell yeah. Pew. Ooh, Cerberus. Yeah, like I've tried my best with like documenting my previous playthroughs. Like if you go on my channel, I do have like a whole playlist which just documents every single previous playthrough that I've ever done, as well as then having some set games underneath that people would come to check out, like Resident Evil and Metal Gear Solid, Dark Souls, Mass Effect, all that kind of stuff. So I have tried to make it as easy as possible to really show people what my current playthroughs are and what my previous playthroughs are. I try. I don't know if I'll watch the Elden Ring. We spoke about this earlier. I don't know if I'll watch it yet because I haven't seen it yet. I'm really kind of thinking, do I wanna go in as blind as possible? You know, like I'm satisfied. I'm gonna be playing it on the very first day that it comes out. The trailer, the gameplay trailer from like that they released earlier that I watched satisfied me for sure, because I'm like, this game looks amazing. I'd expect nothing less anyway, so maybe it's just better to just go in as blind as possible, especially as you guys are probably going to want to see that. Games list is definitely very ambitious, but if you think about it, I spoke about this in the Discord the other day, because everyone was like, wow, there's like 170 or something games on that list, you'll never get through them in time. And I was like, well, if you think about it, since March of 2020 I have played through like 52 games on the channel, which is pretty insane. I'm making a really nice dent in my backlog, which I never thought that I would do before YouTube. And that's like one of the primary reasons I started YouTube, was I want a really nice way that I can clear out my backlog, but kind of document my first time going through all of these games that I've never played. And then share them with other people, because I really like sharing like first time experiences. Because this comes from someone who gets much joy out of showing people things that I love that they haven't interacted with, and getting their reactions and thoughts from it. Like whenever I've had the pleasure of being able to like watch through and see someone get obsessed with Star Wars for the first time, and talking through that with them is really exciting. So I'm sure that feeling is probably similar when it's me playing video games. So that's kind of what I'm doing. Ah. This Cerberus is pretty tough, huh? Oh, I didn't think I was in range of that attack. Anyone for some skooma? I can't believe that we all died. I can't believe that we all died. That's unfortunate. Stand in the gastric juice to turn small and then walk into the pink vomit on the floor. What the fuck? What the fuck? So, B equals belly. Not enough in belly. What you have to do is stand in the gastric juice to turn small and then walk into the pink vomit on the floor. The purple vomit on the floor. What the fuck? What a stupid... What a stupid mechanic. I gotta find gastric juice, mate, and turn small. I'm eating Sour Patch Kids. They're little sour gummies. And I probably shouldn't be. Probably shouldn't be eating sour gummies at 9 in the morning. Alright, where's your gastric juice, mate? Cerberus breaks his chains. I'm just gonna keep an eye out for whenever I see some gastric juice on the floor. I suppose. Guess that's what we're doing. Yeah, RPG mechanics are super weird. Gastric juice! The gastric juice! I'm small, and now I go into this thing. Let's go! I'm tiny! Now what? Oh, he's eating. Oh, what the fuck? He eats us! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? We're in his fucking belly. What the f... So that's what they mean by belly. I thought they just meant we'd be attacking his belly. We just got eaten. We have to take out his stomach. Well, that's fucking something. That's certainly something. This is like... What the fuck? Cerberus slumps to the ground in pain. We gotta leave. We are literally at an ulcer. We're like Ant-Man has entered its belly. And then we attack it? What the fuck? That's hilarious. I'm losing my mind. Hey Cerberus, you in pain? And then we just like smash him while he does reawakening. Oh, he's up already. Alright. Well, once you get told the mechanic, everything makes sense from there. Like, you go, ah, we're not really doing much. And then someone goes, yeah, that's because he has to eat you. You have to shrink yourself in acid, and then he eats you, and then you take all of his little stomach ulcers down to bring him down. Like, what the fuck? Gotta love it. His chains. He has to break his chains, right? That's like one of his mechanics. Cerberus breaks his chains. I don't know what that is. I'm avoiding it. Ah! There's shit everywhere. I've fallen and I can't get up. He keeps saying that when he dies. I need to, God, I need to just add the Final Fantasy XIV soundtrack to a workout playlist and start working out properly. What the fuck has happened? What's going on now? Oh, I don't know what that means. We did it! We did it! A gate leading to utter darkness now stands before you. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Look, the only tips for streaming I have is you press start streaming and you be yourself and you make conversation and everything else falls into place, apparently. Who disturbs the gloom? Ah, mortals from the realm of light. You are going too slow for my subtitles, sir. I'm the cloud of darkness. What I do not smother, I devour. What I cannot devour, I destroy. Oh no, it's hot. Oh no, it's darkness, girl. Where is everybody else? Oh, they're over there. Hello, why are we over here? Okay. Good job. For this boss, if you get a target on you, run away from the ground, keep running. When the dark clouds spawn, walk in front of them to slow them down and kill them. Don't be in front of the boss and kill the cloud ads. Shreddens, thank you so much for gifting a sub. I am gonna get killed. I need to focus on this now, because I don't know what's going on, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. But we're facing the cloud of darkness. Don't stand in front of it, apparently. Oh, Jesus. And don't stand in front of a particle beam. Stand around edge when boss teleports, don't stand in her face. Oh, so those are the clouds, and I just watched a bunch of people get attacked by them. Shreddens is insane. By the way, I'm concerned about him in terms of his gifting. Okay, so we have to kill the dark clouds and the dark storm, I assume. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on? I'm so scared. I'm just gonna stand with everybody else, because obviously everybody else knows what they're doing. That's how this works, right? I feel like this is gonna kill us. It did do damage. But maybe less damage? Maybe. I don't know if we're supposed to be attacking her yet. If you get across her on you, run away from everyone. Okay. Ooh. I didn't even get hit. In darkness, all is as one. Be it hope or despair, everything is subtitles. Going too fast. God damn it. They need to let the subtitles last a bit longer. Oh god, we just got locked in. Okay. Okay, we are no longer locked in. We're good. Get away! Bruh. We're almost at triple limit break. We're almost at triple limit break. I'm gonna smack it. I'm doing it. That's the first time I've ever seen triple limit break happen in this game. And I got to do it! How cool. How cool. Exciting. The cloud of darkness. I can... Are we done? Are we at Heavensward? Are we at Heavensward after some cutscenes? We did it. We did it. I'm done with the Crystal Tower. Nice. Ah, yes, my fellow DPSs. Did I not get that minion? I didn't get the minion. Oh, that sucks. Boss defeated. Yeah, this isn't it. This isn't the Dark Souls boss. Shredderns. it was a group effort. Honestly stretch, Mobius. We're on the honestly stretch now. Dex, thank you for the $5 donation. You're pretty good. 4 more short quests. God damn, they don't want it to end, do they? Look, it's our darkness people. They're back. Nero, by the gods, what's happened to you? You're purple. You're looking like Thanos. So these guys are protected, but Nero was not. Now I am glowing purple. Hello, what's going on here? Oi, oi. Oh, the cloud of darkness still exists, apparently. I will smother your light and entomb your bones amongst my shadows. You fool! Don't you realize that Kingdom Hearts is light? So we run away. They're going to stay here. Oh, shit. Who protected him? Dude almost just got eviscerated. Yes, he's got protection because he's got the 2 different colored eyes, right? He's got like 1 red eye, so he's got like part of the fucking... Yeah, this shit. The royal eye. That means you have to stay behind too. Sorry, mate. You gotta stay behind the darkness. You lose. Yes, let's bring the bagpipes in. Time for bagpipes. You must gain control of the Crystal Tower. We will share our blood with you. Interesting. Bloodborne, take our blood. Blood transfusion. Yu-Gi-Oh! This is not... I don't know. I don't know about the music choice for this scene. By the blood. By the blood. He's about to turn into a beast. He's got 2 red eyes now. Shit. You must leave as well, Nero. You must now go and be glowing purple in the real world. Also, here is a thing. Of course they do. I'm glowing purple. Oh no, he's leaving, and they're staying. Okay. You shall not escape me. You shall not escape us literally has the same energy as just like, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me! It grows faint. The bridge between realms grows fragile by the Covenant's amulet. Hurry! Keep sprinting on screen! Oh no. Oh no, glowing purple man, no! We're gonna lose Nero. Even though he was a villain for the longest time, and now he's glowing purple man. Leave me! I'm too ugly for the outside world now. I'm glowing purple. I failed to master darkness. Look, this is probably, Tristan, this is probably the worst, like, point for me to, like, pick up the stream again and start playing Final Fantasy, because we were just stuck. We were just stuck in the Crystal Tower in order to proceed. If we were starting with Heavensward, then maybe it would maybe be a little bit more clear. Because I'm gonna react to the opening movie for Heavensward before we start the expansion as well on the title screen, because I haven't actually watched any of the future stuff yet, you know, to avoid any spoilers and whatnot. I love how Nero has more than enough time to leave, but he's just standing still. This is not where I come to rest. Okay, interesting. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, okay. I'm actually fine. Alright, Nero, bust your ass. Get out of there. Because apparently you're fine now. What the fuck? I love how he does this whole, like, speech. And he's like, go on without me. I am too purple for this world. And then he literally just leaves. He's like, go on. Well, that's what you get for wasting time. Oh. Oh, it's Sid. Sid grabs him. I honestly thought that portal was about to fucking close after all that dilly-dallying. Pull him through the portal! Jesus Christ. You're gonna get your arm cut off. So much time wasting. It's like one of those cutscenes where time is of the utmost importance and they just stand around and talk. I really like this game, Shreddens. I really enjoyed the base game, and all that I've heard is that all the expansions are like 10 times better, if not more than that. So I'm very excited to get into the expansions. But I've had a great time playing this game. So much fun. I really enjoy it. Nero. No, guys, I'm going to stay here. I can't do it. Oh no, I'm actually fine again. I changed my mind. Please save me. They stayed behind. Wouldn't it have been funny if just Nero had to just be glowing purple for the rest of his life? He's like, oh, well, there he is. Glowing purple all the time. I now control the Crystal Tower. And then he decides to become a villain. Everyone's like, hell yeah, seal the tower. And then he becomes a villain. He's like, no, I think I'll become the main villain now, and the Crystal Tower is mine. Yeah, one day I'll get to Endwalker, you know. But today it is not that day, and it is not that day for a long time. Yeah, I remember the history of Final Fantasy XIV. I've done my research on it. The base game, like the 1.0 release, and all of the drama that went down with that, and then it's really been so like heartwarming and nice to see how massive and successful Final Fantasy XIV has become. Like, even from A Realm Reborn, and then each consecutive expansion, to how much hype and build up there is around this game now. And then people jumping ship from World of Warcraft to come here, like, it's just been crazy. My favorite villain of all time in Final Fantasy. Is that even a question? Sephiroth. Every other villain in the Final Fantasy games that I've played don't really hold that same presence as Sephiroth does. Hey, Lewisk. How you doing? Because, like, in Final Fantasy VIII, I can't really talk about it without spoilers. Final Fantasy VIII's villain thing is not clear for a long time. Final Fantasy X's villain is like, it's okay. Like, the whole stuff with, like, Seymour and then what comes after that at the end is interesting. That's like, I liked probably 10 next because of some things. Final Fantasy 15 was kind of cool as well. I really liked Arden. I'll be keen to play some of the more classic Final Fantasies and so I can have an opinion on those. Beefsteak Rhino, yeah, exactly. Okay, so, Kieran, do I have to do these quests? Do I still have to do these? The Light of Hope, seal the Crystal Tower once and for all, and then I'll be able to do my main scenario quest, A Time for Every Purpose. I'm assuming that's how it goes. I think we've got, I'm trying to look at like a list. I think we might have a few more, and then we move into Heavensward. Just Minfilia. Minfilia, as always, she will never leave my side. She will never leave me alone, that one. No, I haven't played Final Fantasy 1 to 6. I own them, but I haven't played them yet. Final Fantasy VI will eventually get played. Let's get to the bottom of this queer business. What just happened? Oh no, did he actually become a villain? He better not have actually become a villain. My god, the back and forth between Rambros and this gate is killing me. Can't he just stand closer to this gate? Can't he just go in there? I have to keep going back and forth between this doorway. Sorry, excuse me. Code Vein? No, I have not. I've heard people call it anime Dark Souls. That's all I know about it. Remember we told you to remember him, Catboy, that is. Go no further, my friends. I know time's of the essence, but all I ask is a hint of your plan. Please come here so we can discuss this. What is going on? No, my apologies, but I cannot. Come, man, what is this nonsense? If aught is amiss, surely we can help. Not this time, my friend. My blood has awakened me to this fact. What the fuck are you talking about? Saladin, good luck with Bloodborne if you decide to start. Good luck. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. You can progress with the main story after this quest. Nice. The Princess Selena. That man was my forebearer. Mate, quit talking nonsense and seal the tower. Isn't that like literally a portal to the Cloud of Darkness, though, and that's why we need to seal the tower? So that's why I need to have a child. Put the tower into a deep sleep. Tower may only be used once. Men rival the Alligans in knowledge. I will slumber within Circus Tower until then to greet those with the means to open the gates. Then I will guide them, and thus the tower shine forth as the beacon of hope it was meant to be. This is the only way to make the wishes of the ancients come true. This game does have voice acting decks, but because it's an MMO and it's so large and there's so much dialogue and cutscenes that happen, they don't voice act everything. So there is voice acting. We've had plenty of scenes that have had it. They pick their most important scenes, I guess. Even though, to be fair, I've had plenty of scenes where I'm just like, this deserved to be voice acted. You know? But most RPGs tend to have a lot of text with no dialogue during gameplay stuff, and then cutscenes are voice acted. Well, like, because we're doing Crystal Tower stuff, and this is like side quest stuff, technically, that's why there's no voice acting. But once we start getting back into the main quests again, we'll be getting some more voice acting. Okay, good night. Good night, sir. Sealed himself in. There you go. Is Alan Wake not already in the game list? I thought it was. Oh, it's not. Weird. It should already be there, so yeah, I'll just chuck it in now, because that was already supposed to be in there. Well, it is done. Good old Nero. What's my process for picking the game on the list? No idea. I look at it and go, yes. At the moment, I've been using kind of Patreon polls to help me kind of pick from a group of them. But there's also ones on there that I kind of I have them in mind of when I want to play games. When I get close to finishing a game, I start thinking about like the next one that I'd really like to play or look at and stuff like that. And then when I'm playing like an older game that I know might be a little bit more niche, I like to play that alongside a game that is popular. So like provide a balance. So it's like for every Dark Souls game, there's also me playing some random obscure horror title from 2003 that 12 people are aware of. Hey, sound the dread alarm. Thank you so much for your kind words. I really appreciate it. Now watch as I drive my car through my Final Fantasy world. It's me in my jumping car. More back and forth. Sorry, give me a moment. I'm just something that I've found out is whenever I update my games list, I think I actually need to update the link in that pinned post as well, because there was a time where everyone was going, Neo, put Neo on there. Is Neo on the list? Neo. And I was going, yeah, Neo's been on there for ages. And I was like, I can't see it. Neo's not on there. You haven't done it. And so I guess every time I add games to the list, I have to refresh the link in my pinned message on the Discord so people can actually see what I've updated. It's got more than jet engines, baby. It's got wings. The Regalia can fly. I actually love this transformation too. I love how it's so much easier and more fun to fly in Final Fantasy XIV than it is in Final Fantasy XV. If you hit the ground wrong, the car explodes and you die in Final Fantasy XV. You've completed the Crystal Tower quest series. By speaking with Sile at St. Conch's Find, you can accept a quest that allows you to trade items obtained by repeating Crystal Tower Alliance raids. The next main scenario quest can be accepted by speaking with Minfilia at the Rising Stones. We did it! We did it! Let's fucking go! It's main quest time. Crystal Tower is done. Crystal Tower is done. Also, yeah, I would fly. If I choose power, by the way. Just flying, mate. Just imagine. Just imagine just being able to, like, just levitate. Just float there for a bit in peace, you know? Would certainly fly. Time for some spicy story time. No more Crystal Tower, it's done. It's sealed. It's over. Minfilia, hello! While others look forward to the impending royal banquet, Minfilia cannot help but look to the past. She got hang-ups, bro. The green screen is killing this, but this is what I am eating. It's terrifying. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. I look like this. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Mobius. It is a little early. They were just on my desk, and it's given me some sustenance. If it helps, I had a banana before the stream, so I've got my potassium intake down. Oh no, our dear friend Monbreda. But I won't be ordering Macca's McMuffins through Uber Eats anymore for my breakfast. Because where I've moved, there's literally one at the end of the street, so it's like it's useless for me to order it when I can just walk up there myself. It just takes a little bit longer, that's all. Don't we just love our invisible bottle? I just thought it was funny. I was just like, oh, I could just rock a green water bottle and have my drink from my void water. Drink from the void. Minfilia. Oh man, I wish there was a good burrito place near me, because I also love burritos. Big boss. By the Navigator! Wildred's dead! God damn it! Honestly. Some of the fucking dialogue of this is hilarious. Teleji. A dead... what is his name? Teleji Adeleji? Teleji Adeleji. That's his name. Fucking weird Lalafell man. Teleji... Teleji Babaledbaji. Teleji Adeleji. How dare he exist? The mystery piano. Allegedly. I'm allegedly. If only Final Fantasy XIV had the quest accepted thing in a similar way to how The Witcher 3 does stuff. You just have the woman screaming, "Hi!" every time you get a quest. Speak with Minfilia on the Royal Promenade. Oh no, Udal. Prey slaughtered. Yeah. Oh shit! I shouldn't have. No, it is. It's around the corner. Wait, do I go up the? Oh, I have to go up the stairs. Nope, I dropped down for no reason. It's actually right here. Papa Limo, the whole team's here. Except for Urianger, which is great. We don't need any more ye old English. I am not part of an FC yet. No. Prey slaughtered. These quests are all very small, apparently. Just run to a place, run to another place, run to another place. Hey, Friscally, thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate that. That is really nice. I can't wait to get to Hollow Knight. That's gonna be some fun for sure. Hang on. Where do I need to go? There. The quicksand. I'm just gonna teleport there. When are the oceanic servers coming, though? That is the real question. That is the real question. Is when? But yeah, I guess probably I could just wait until oceanic servers. Momoldi. Hello. Just teleporting everywhere to talk to people. Yeah, they need... I mean, I've got a car. Why can't I have a phone? They do have communication via, like, some sort of earpiece, though, because it's, like, much similar to a codec. And they can call each other. I'm a train. And you just need to jump your car. Be riding the train, maybe? To wait so long. As you stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander, and all too soon the ghost of comrades lost and enemies slain begin to file by your mind's eye in solemn procession. Clearing your head, you scan the horizon, but see no sign of Alian. Continue waiting. Oh, okay. Let's continue waiting. Straining your ears to listen, you hear the chatter of Quickern and the buzzing of Seraphids, but no approaching footfall. Sighing, you bow your head, only to notice the vial lying at your feet. Oh, there's something on the ground there. There you go. Faint light. It's a message in a bottle. Lorientius. I mean, Omega, is that you? What are you doing here? What are you doing here, sir? Explaining. Lieutenant Alian, why no, I haven't seen her about. Had she come this way, I guarantee we would have crossed paths. I must have passed the spot a dozen times. We're to patrol the city's environs on account of the royal banquet. We have a mystery. We have a mystery on our hands. Something's afoot. Oh, you look suspicious, boy. Look at that. Look at that suspicious face. Omega, you dumb idiot. Turn around. The man is suspicious. Stab him and let's find out what he knows. Interesting.
O Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
There's your voice acting. There's your voice acting for one scene. Show the clouded vial to Momodi. Okay. Yeah, the dragoon helmet. It's great. I love it. Griffith! Yeah, Griffith and Liquid, they have the same energy. Liquid! Here, take this clouded vial. Okay, I'm sure she'll turn up before long, apparently. Another cutscene.
You needn't trouble yourself so.
Your grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light.
The Warrior of Light. It is currently 10 AM here. Friday, 10 AM. Fancy banquet time. But then a surprise attack from Alegi Telebelegi, and he jumps through the vents in the roof and massacres everybody. Seen some familiar faces. Everyone's wearing Santa hats. It's Christmas time, apparently.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
With good cause.
Hello, Sam Regal.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies.
Have any of you guys been watching Critical Role's new campaign?
Closer to a united Eorzea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, Antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity.
On the cusp of a new expansion called Heavensward.
Divide us now. But I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty Warrior of Light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom...
He will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required his attention, but it did not sound serious.
It did not sound serious. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I've been watching I've been watching the new campaign for Critical Role, so it's so funny recognizing Sam Regal's voice immediately as Alphanod. Not for long though, because he's about to get replaced in Heavensward. Speak with the lady in waiting. Her Grace is most eager to speak with you. I'm ready to go, baby. Upon proceeding to the Sultana's bedchamber, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. It gave us a warning. It gave us a warning for how long the cutscenes are about to be. Little do they know that I've played and watched Metal Gear Solid 4. I will be fine. Hey, Embrifer, thank you so much for joining in, by the way. Happy to see you here. Metal Gear Solid 4 moment. Alright, guys, let's go. Imagine it actually should give us like an actual time warning. You're about to sit down for 3 hours. All fully voice acted.
Enter.
Your Grace, your guest has arrived.
Yeah, in Briefer, same for me as well. It's the first campaign that I'm here for the start of because I came across Critical Role when they were partway through campaign 2. So I'm enjoying it a lot.
Pray, come in, and take your ease.
And take your ease. Precious Sultana. Tiny, like a sultana. Alright. It's story time.
That the steps of faith held against the Horde.
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Such noble words after the fact.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of her grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one.
Bravo, sir. Well said. Well said. Hold applause.
Very well.
What's Alphinaud up to?
Is Artemis?
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon.
Okay. He's going somewhere. Curious.
You wished a word, Yu Hase?
Yu Hase? I love Y'shtola. Y'shtola's great.
You may go.
Oh, okay, cool.
Your Grace.
Why does this feel like it's in slow motion? Like they warned us that the cutscenes are long, but everything is actually going so slow.
The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion.
There's so many gaps in dialogue that just go forever. What the look? It looks like animated slowly. How slow is that blink?
To abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy.
Interesting. Just dissolving the monarchy. Okay.
You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence. But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate.
No more sultanas.
'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few.
My allegiance to the Republic, to democracy.
That which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Reborn, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand. You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me?
Nod. On cue, baby.
I am truly grateful. More grateful than I can well express. Much of my dread for the coming days has been quieted.
Poison. Alleged Tadalegi poisoned the wine. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus. My guy just stands there and watches. Oh no, he does get up. Jesus. Oh my god, and Alleged Tadalegi walks out and goes,
Your Grace!
Tadalegi, Tadalegi! Oh, fuck me, man. They poisoned her, and now we're not gonna get framed for that, are we?
The Sultana is dead.
Right before you're gonna announce the monarchy dissolution.
Poison in her wine? You did this!
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, great.
Spare us your denials! I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance.
You mean the person who poured the wine, mate?
I hereby accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
Wonderful. If only I could speak words, maybe I would actually be able to say something. Bruh. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck is going on?
Sir, barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
Holy shit. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, but our character wouldn't want to make things worse for himself.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
Well, the connection that I have formed with my character is, you fool! But I also understand, I know that. But it's just funny to watch him stand there and go, wasn't me. I just shake my head. Everyone's having such a good time. They don't realize that I'm getting thrown into jail.
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away!
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor. Come, Lucia.
This Telegia out of Leggy, dude, man. He sucks. You can't keep getting away with this. I'm straight up in jail right now.
Whatever is going on in there? Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You'd best come along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals. Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
Interesting. No one announcing that Sultana's dead yet, and that I'm in jail?
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent?
Here we go.
Treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. As you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthus. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Wait, Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her Grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity. Bring in the prisoner!
Hey, what's up? It's me. I was just having some wine, and now I'm in jail. What's up?
This man stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul Namo, and his suspected accessories to the crime. All members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
This is madness!
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison her grace was found upon the assassin's person.
Oh, the fucking cloudy vial. Are you kidding me?
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded her grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield. Oh yes, I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend. I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands. Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
She cannot be dead. Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
This cannot be. Nanamo. No!
Snake! 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 Bruh, this is fucked. Ain't anybody got any fancy cameras recording anything in Final Fantasy land back before technology? You got fancy earpieces.
No longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe.
Where are the cameras?
It falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you.
Why is he so smug while he's talking about that?
Bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
Why is he so smug when he's saying this stuff?
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
Can someone kill this guy, please?
I mean you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say her grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
Ah, this dude's psycho.
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
What?
Whoa. Holy shit! Pretty sure that was kind of what he wanted though. Because now, look at the light that we've all been cast in. We're all kind of, yeah, dude, what the fuck?
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow syndicate members. You're one of them. You've been in league with the Scions all along.
Mate, you better...
You're next, you scheming bastard!
Dude! Holy crap!
Reborn!
7 hells!
7 hells!
Admiral, we must leave.
Fuck, mate. They really just kind of... We worked so hard to bring everyone together right at the end of it, and fucking Tiny Man comes in and throws us all apart.
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide. And arrest this traitor as well.
Ilbert, I hope you choke on their coin.
'Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Reborn. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls. And a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter.
Yeah, we did so much work only for fucking Alegi Telalegi to come in and just go, ha ha ha, I'm evil. That sucks.
Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
You die!
Ooh. Bro, the fact that that other Lalafell stood by to listen to that conversation, and it's like, oh, okay, so they didn't conspire to commit regicide then. I guess he just must not have heard that part of the conversation where that dude just admitted that he's the one who did it. This is fucked.
I never doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand. Flee this place. Clear your names. Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
I mean, I thought you just killed the man who was behind the plot. He got sliced in half. From your rage. Cliffhanger. Well, this is one way to bring in a new expansion, that's for sure. Have it all go up in flames.
Ah, there you are.
Thancred, where have you been?
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers.
So where's Alphanor?
When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation. 'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share Pononimo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Ishgard.
Where indeed, we may safely assume that our foe is thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ul'dah. Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papashan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Animo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel. It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
Time to go.
The rest of you go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
By yourself?
She took the pummeling literally.
I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida! Papalimo!
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now! Find this tunnel of Thancred's.
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
But you have to make your slow cutscene even slower though, right? Nice. God damn. Yeah, this dude here, is he in on it as well? Because he literally would have overheard Ilbert going, I killed the Sultana. Why is he just walking so slowly on his own in a dark passageway? Curious. I guess he's in on it as well then. Ooh.
Now look what you've done.
She does have eyes.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
Allegedly till allegedly.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Nearing the end of my tether.
And there's just still more of them. Doing the same motion.
So stupid. We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn. The ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Popolimo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last.
There we go, I was waiting. I'm like, bro, you're a spellcaster. Do an AoE. Do an AoE spell. Take them all out in one hit. Oh no, you're powering up Ida instead. Okay. Super Saiyan Ida.
Let them have it, Ida.
Let them have it.
I was hoping you'd say that.
You didn't just kill them, you disintegrated them. Holy shit. Why were they smiling as if they just sacrificed themselves? Was that like a suicide move? Mutually assured destruction? Team Rocket's blasting off again! Oh, here we are. In the sewers. Sewer tunnels. My favorite.
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
All it took was getting framed to find out.
Style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
I love the cat ears picking up the noise. It's great.
This way!
Look at him go! Zoom!
That didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
Bruh.
You two go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
Oh, okay. Everyone's just staying behind then while we get out.
What do you mean to do?
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
My friends.
The whole team sacrifice yourself for the escape thing, yeah. Unfortunately, Minfilia will probably survive. Yeah, Thancred got volunteered. Ishtola was like, me and Thancred will stay. And Thancred's like, fucking alright, shit. Sprint! Fuck, look how fast they are. Meow.
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance?
Have at you with my blades. Ooh, here we go. Nice. Ah, Skyrim joke.
Well, this is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
"'Tis done.
Super mega ball of light. Super mega explosive ball of light.
Forgive me, Mitra.
Give me your energy. Fucking spirit bomb. Ah! Ah, I've been Elder Scrolled. I'm fast as fuck, boy. We get the hell out of here. Alright, Minfilia, it's your turn to now stay behind.
She speaks to me.
Ooh. Nice.
No.
Okay, or not.
I must remain behind, but you cannot stay with me.
Oh no. Oh no, Minfilia.
Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm. As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness. "'Tis the only way."
I will say, though, that, you know, this has kind of been, like, semi-spoiled for me anyway by people talking about, oh, don't worry, their voice acting improves in the expansions, so I know that they're all alive, or all will be alive in some capacity eventually. So everyone's going, don't worry, their voice actors change in the expansions and they sound better. We don't know what's happened to Alphanord, though. We don't know where he is. Last we saw, he was just in that room with a sword to his neck. Oh, there he is. Alphanord, what's good, sir? Oh no, hang on. Is that Alphanord?
I am glad to see you
Yes.
safe, my friend. What of the others?
They're all dead, for real. They're dead.
Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool. I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some arms between us and Ul'dah.
Who the fuck is this? Time to go. Time for us to go.
Now, would you look who it is?
Oh!
It'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway.
It's the dude from the very beginning of the game that wheeled us in like Skyrim, said, "You're finally awake." And he dropped us off. That's cool. What a roundabout way to do things. They're like, "Hello.
All aboard."
Take you on to your next adventure. They found a way to use the chocobo to skip calm in Final Fantasy VII. But why would you ever want to skip calm in Final Fantasy VII? That's one of my favorite parts of the game. I love that part of the game. Maybe if you're a speedrunner. Damn, dude. So we have to leave and run away. So I wonder what happens, what the state of this place is going to be like when we finally are able to return. Doesn't look good. The whole fucking thing's going to change. One of the most satisfying things from this cutscene was definitely getting Teleji Adeleji cut in half out of pure rage. What a great scene.
Your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Uldar and likely needed a helping hand getting away. Thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were. Aye, and judging by them soldiers as were pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon. Ha! Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
Yeah, yeah.
I had thought to look out for Alize, but would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
And who might you be, young sir?
Yeah, who's this? Who's our mystery Lalafell? It's me, the Sultana, after all! Ooh, it's you.
Pippin Talpin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames.
Pippin!
I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Uldar.
Ooh.
Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alfino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified. The blame plainly lies with the Monitarists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Alden's lad?
Pippin. What a great
Yes,
fantasy
I am
name.
his son. Adopted, of course. 'Twas only as we were leaving Uldar that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
Yeah, Sam Riegel's actually a great voice actor for Alphanod, so I'm very curious to see what they're gonna... Very curious to see what he's gonna sound like. Roban's adopted son. How interesting.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation, but in the end, 'twas I who needed saving.
Them soldiers will keep searching for a while, yeah? Reckon we'll take the carriage back towards Uldar and get lay of the land, maybe provide a description. They had to make sure you didn't think he was Ruban's biological son. Well, I mean, it could be, seeing as he was so close with the Sultana. Maybe they had a child! Obviously that's a joke, but like... Or maybe the Lalafell just have the dominant gene. If Reborn got it done with the Lalafell genes persevere, and you still get a Lalafell child. The parting glass. So where are we? Black brush. Alright guys, let's go back to Udal. How do we go? Which place is Thanalan, right? Alright guys, let's go back to Udal. It actually will let us go back? I was gonna assume that we wouldn't be allowed to leave. I can just go back there? Why are we back in Udal, dude? I would have thought that we wouldn't be allowed to come back. It'd be like, you can't travel here at this time because the place wants you dead. We out here, or can we not go? We can go in, right? Just activates World PSP. They all get you. Is it? Can I get in the middle? Yeah, I just find it quite surprising to be honest. The immersion is ruined. Okay, let's go back to the Black Brush Station. We'll speak with Pippin. Do the parting glass. The first thing I do. Yeah, they can't lock you out of an area. That makes sense. Especially because there's quests and stuff to do there. Okay, a couple more quests to go until Heavensward, I think. Kept you waiting, huh? Sid. No, we're after this we're done, dude. Heavensward main scenario quests start after the next quest. We're doing the parting glass at the moment, and then the next one, and then it's Heavensward. We already did the final update. The airship awaits. Yeah, God, those fucking that shirt, mate. That shirt. Yeah, I'm not expecting, like, I'll expect a bit of a slow start to a new expansion. That's fine. We'll see how much that we can get done. We're already 3 hours in today, so we'll see. Always the silent nods. It's always the silent nods. Cam Dragonhead and speak Lord Horsefont. Mayhap he will know what to do. Alright, let's go. Just me and Alphanod, because everybody else is definitely dead. Hello, just driving my car in here. What's up? Run you all over?
There has been word from the capital. Ishgard has weathered another assault. And 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper. The Temple Knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard, and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert. How keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the gates of judgment. Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Ul'dah, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard. As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished. But do not despair. You are not without allies. You are more than welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The falling snows, or some such. All frivolity aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Forton. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor. Agents of Ul'dah will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence.
Nice.
You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions. 'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
Naked man squatting in the background. Okay, before the dawn, speak with the House Fortem's guard. There's so many optional quests in this one spot on my screen right now. Before we jump right into Heavensward, we will make sure that we watch the... Upon proceeding to the intercessory, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety once again. So I'm assuming that after this point, this is where it jumps right into Heavensward. I have a question. Should we do this and then watch the opening movie for Heavensward? Or should we watch the Heavensward opening movie now and then do this? What do you think? This, then the credits? Okay, cool. Yeah, boy! Dun, 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 dun. Alright, let's go, baby. Alphenhard, Omega, is it really you? Yeah, fucking this, the Signs of the Seventh Dawn, pretty goddamn small now. If you're not going to have voice acting, it's probably a good idea to at least have some ambience or some music. Otherwise, it's just some awkward silence. Fortunately, I had observed some of the Braves behaving suspiciously beforehand. Who's this? Oh, it's this person, but with their mask off. Yagiri. I remember her. She is actually quite pretty. There you go. Wow. After Yagiri found me, I travelled to Vesper Bay and met up with Urianger. We told him what happened, and he used his magics to weave a glamour around the waking sands. From the outside, our old headquarters now looks like an abandoned storehouse. Oh, cool. So Urianger is still around. I love how she just walks in. She's like, oh yes, my mask, it's gone now. Urianger has stayed back. Dragon's hide. God damn. Congratulations on your car, son. Yo. Dragon women, though. Hear me out. Dragon women. Ain't not bad. I'm down with it.
"'Tis all my doing. I believed myself the only one who truly understood Eorzea's woes, and look what that arrogance has wrought. I gave commands, influenced governments with my certainty. I treated the Crystal Braves, and even the Scions themselves, as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm. But in my headlong rush into imagined glory, I paid no heed to the ground upon which I trod."
New Dragon Ball movie? It's all animated like a video game, which is so bizarre to me.
That I hope to achieve. Did I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians, and find homes for every refugee? Oh yes, I was so very clever. Become a guardian of Eorzea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos. 'Twas all but a means to feed my own vanity. Only when all is lost do I finally realize the truth.
Oh, Alfino.
Sam Riegel, no. Yeah, the new Dragon Ball movie, they had the best animation ever with that Dragon Ball Super Broly movie, and then they just went, you know what would be great if we put that in the bin and we did a video game movie. Such a shame.
To remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you?
Is he really gonna keep doing the warmth puns?
What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
Yes, fire puns constantly, because we're in the snow, get it?
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
That mug on the table is bigger than she is.
Alphino, if I may? Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard.
Ooh, that's what I said.
Minfilia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight. Be it in the snow or in the clouds, we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
Tartaru, no.
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Orchefon. 'Tis true that Eorzea yet has her guardians. The Scions have achieved much, and 'twould be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity. Let us then resume our journey, together, one step at a time.
There it is. Credits rolling. Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn. It's done. Cool music. Roll credits. My boy. Can we skip the credits? Is there anything at the end of the credits? Is there anything at the end of the credits? Make it go faster. No end credits, so we can just skip. A Realm Reborn complete. It is done with sad Alphinaud. Rest in peace, Sam Riegel. Totally safe to skip. Cool. Yeah, boy. Let's get out of here. Ooh. Okay, you can skip, and then it shows. We get this scene. We get a follow-up. Ooh, he is evil.
Just as you desired, my lord.
Fuck. There was another evil Lalafell. The ominous lightning. So much of a build-up just for... What the hell, man? And Reborn is just armless in jail. Nice. Well, there's a little end credits tease there. Oh shit. We even got an Ascian going on. What's going on with the Ascians? Just when you thought it was all over. Nabrals is no more. Nabrial is no more. Why is this not voice acted? The ardor was not his to invoke, his demise was of his own making. Nevertheless, it concerns me. They have extinguished that which will rightly be eternal. Mayhap he was not wholly mistaken. Greater haste may be warranted. We are of one mind. La Habrea. The northern lands, then. The earth is fertile, and the seeds well sown. By my will they shall reap salvation unlike any the world has known. By his will. Turns out these guys actually also serve that Lalafell. By his will. Everyone serves that one Lalafell, right? He's actually Omega. He's Omega weapon. Oh, and now there's another Ascian coming from behind him. And then they just keep coming up from behind each other. That's Urianger! I have answered thy summons, emissary. Speak and make thine intent known. What? I would speak of fate, Archon. Yours, mine, the fate of this very star. Ominous zoom in, fade to black. Urianger, what are you doing? What's going on? What's going on? So you guys were talking about how story stuff doesn't, like, even though big things happen, they don't want to lock you out of previous areas, but like, it looks like we're going to Ishgard. Can we still go back to a previous location?
Thou thinkest sanctuary lieth beyond.
Such a deep voice for a tiny dragon.
Delusion.
Oh, so you can still come back whenever you want. Love it. Death.
Thou shalt find naught else here.
Look at his little arms and his deep voice. He's so tiny. He's got big eyes. He's so cute. But he's like, despair, death. I am tiny, but I am mighty. So we can just come back whenever we want. For gameplay reasons, but not for story reasons. To preserve the dawn's light, the heroes journeyed north. Their hearts filled with hope and eyes fixed heavensward. A new chapter. It is time. Coming to Ishgard is the next main scenario quest. So I should watch the thing now. Should I watch the main? I should watch the main thing. Watch the thing. Log out and return to the title screen. Alright, movies and title. Heavensward. Let's go. You do be hitting those high notes. Is this supposed to be my character? Like, this is like default my character? Yeah, technically my character, okay. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's me. Oh yeah, like the default human looking dude. Yeah, makes sense. Oh wow, they recreated this whole thing. Ah, that's gorgeous. Oh, the arm cutting off with the blood as well. Holy shit. This recap is insane. It's been so long since we just witnessed those scenes, guys. How long was the gap? How long was the wait between the end of the game that we just witnessed and when Heavensward came out? Bloodborne? Bloodborne? Sorry, Bloodborne? A hunter must hunt. Look how fucking Bloodborne I be looking. mate. Ooh. Ooh. That's my character. That's me. That's me up there, baby. The Dragoon. I did that. Dragoons getting fucking representation always, because we love them. Ooh, that music sounded very Kingdom Hearts for a second. That's literally the same melody in a Kingdom Hearts song. That's really strange. They borrowed it. They borrowed the music from Kingdom Hearts. They're taking Heavensward literally. We literally in the clouds, baby. There's Sid. Evil Lalafell. Oh my god. Oh, dude. The hair. Dragoon, baby. That's me, bad boy. There's so many Dragoons. What the fuck? Oh, this expansion was made for me. It's a fucking Dragoon expansion. Woo! I picked the best class, obviously. Dude, that was hype. Grizzled Prisoner Reborn, exactly. All the fucking the hair. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. That was sick. Does that... Oh, because we start the new expansion, that means we also are going to be able to continue our Dragoon quest line as well, right? That should continue. I'm fucking excited. Let me in. Let me back in. We get to finally continue the Dragoon questline and the main quest. It's been so long. This is why I wish that I had been able to like play a bit more while I was on break to like level up a bit more, because I haven't leveled up basically at all. It takes so long. I'm assuming the level up, we should be able to like level quite naturally with main quests again. Like they hopefully will be giving us a lot more XP, I would hope. Because I don't really want to grind my levels forever. All right, we back. That was a amazing opening. That was an amazing opening. Loved that. Dragoons getting their spotlight. All right, Alphinaud. Coming to Ishgard, the time for action has come, and Alphinaud knows what he must do. Love it. All right, we'll try and do Heavensward quests for a while. We'll smash it out. Get a good start.
The dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, different voice.
We have these specious accusations hanging over us. We will struggle to achieve anything.
Oh no, that sounds weird.
You must go to Ishgard, as Tataru proposed. I will return to Uldar and set things right.
No, bring Sam Riegel back. That's weird. I don't like it.
Pray, do not be so hasty, Master Alphinaud.
Lord Orchefort.
Lord Orchefort.
Full well do I understand your desire to clear your names. But now is not the time for drastic action. You yet have allies upon whom you can rely. There is no need to act alone.
Yeah, I'll get used to it. It's just like bizarre hearing it for the first time. It's like, ah.
Yes, of course. Pray forgive my impatience.
Yeah, it's so jarring.
I bring tidings. Count Edmond has decreed that the three of you be taken in as wards of House Fortin. Under our patronage, you shall be granted access to the city proper. Pray, consider our manor your new headquarters, from which you may gather information and plan how best to proceed.
Yeah, if I want more Sam Riegel, I can always listen to his new character, Fresh Cut Grass.
As I am certain they shall. They will of course be welcome to join you there.
You are more than generous, my friend. On behalf of my fellows, I humbly accept your offer of hospitality.
The Count is a good man, and just. He will treat you with the kindness and respect that a hero and dear friend deserves.
Yeah, definitely get onto the new campaign. I'm like partway through episode 2, because yeah, I'm excited that this is the first time I've been able to like start from the beginning. As soon as I saw the episode come up, I was like, alright, cool. I can finally watch them, because
we shall begin anew.
I unfortunately don't have time to go through the entire backlog of campaign 1 and 2. I mean, maybe one day I'll slowly work through it, but I liked that I was able to join right at the beginning. The quest accepted music is different too. We've got new quest accepted music. How great! All right, coming to Ishgard. Now that we've made it here, guys, I'm gonna take a small break. I'm gonna get myself some lunch. So I'll be back. I'm gonna walk up the road and get some food and come back, and then we can continue. So give me some time. I will be back. Honestly, I'm probably just gonna walk up. I'm just gonna walk up the road and get a burger. Honestly, get a cheeky burger for lunch, and then we will continue. So I will be back. Enjoy the peaceful music. And then I'll sit with you while I have some lunch, and then we can proceed. Hello. I have returned. With lunch. How is everybody? How is everybody on the break? For I have burger. Exactly. Just got framed for murder and have to be forced out of my world. Time to get a burger. That's exactly what happens. So while I eat, let's chat. While I eat, let's chat and hang out, and then we'll get started on the Coming to Ishgard mission. Hello, Jupu. How you doing? Hello and welcome. There's a spider on my roof. I don't like it. See, I told you. I killed spiders in Bloodborne and they just know. Now I'm being watched. Oh. The fact that you ever like look up and you see a spider and you go, oh, there's a spider there. And then you look up and it's gone. Where did it go? Oh, shit. Where did the spider go? It's interrupting my lunch. When in doubt, insect repellent. It's right above my head, so I have to wait for it to die, so I know where it falls so it doesn't fall on me. It's right above me. Because it will eventually fall down. problem with grabbing it. The problem with grabbing it is that it's too high. It's on the roof. So that's what I'm currently doing. I'm gonna stand on this chair and do a great job. If I die on stream, you guys will at least be able to witness it and call for assistance. Ugh. Alright, I got it. Aha! There's probably another one around here somewhere. Alright. Yeah, where did the spider go? Is never a question you want to ask yourself. Anyway, I think I'm good. Until the next one. I've been seeing a bunch of them lately. So I'm probably just living on a full spider's nest in this new house, I reckon. But I think the ones that I've seen are like, they're smaller, but they're deadly because they're like the white tip spiders. Haven't had any huge huntsman ones yet in this house. Mobius, you missed the attack of the spiders. That's what you missed. Now I'm going to be paranoid. But it's okay. It's okay. Hey Tio, Charizard, thank you so much for the kind words. Metal Gear Solid 4 is the best one, that's why. Yeah, huntsman spiders are good. They're friendly, they're chill. I mean, it doesn't mean I'm not terrified of them though. But they will help you out if you leave them be. Sorry. I'll be done with my lunch soon and then we can continue playing. You manservant. Foundation unattuned. We can go to camp. No, we're already at Camp Dragonhead. So I have just to walk out and then Ishgard is up there. That's cool. Time to go to Ishgard. Jupu, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Much appreciated. Just listen to the spider portion. But no, thank you. Thank you very much. Time to Ishgard. Wait. Yeah, Camp Dragonhead. So I need to go here? To the adjoining area? Yeah. Okay, go to the adjoining area. It's a bit of a hot day out, so I've had to put on my fan in the background. I hope that's okay. I don't think it should be too intrusive. If you guys can let me know if it sounds alright or not. You ready to go for a drive? How close can I get the camera to drive? Nice. We're going for a drive. I love how close you can get the camera to drive in the regalia. The video I made about Final Fantasy VII. I made that. Yeah, I made that last year. Final Theft Auto. Oh, actually, this way, right? Sorry, I can't see. I don't have very good vision with the camera at this point. I can't. Hang on. There we go. Now I can see through the windshield. Oh, we're gonna crash into a tree. Where are we on the map? Ah, yes, exactly where I need to be. I knew where I was at. There we go. Hello, Temple 9. I didn't know it would just spin around like that. You get the nice camera angle. Oh, we're in the car. Oh, we're flying now. There we go. Right in the bonnet. Alright. Take me down. How do we get down? Alright, I have to remove the camera angle. That's my fun. Ah! Just when you want to feel like you're actually in the car. Alright. Speak to the Temple Knight Gate Guard. Oh, the remake was your first time playing Final Fantasy VII. That's cool. I love the original dearly. Very, very dearly. Wards of House Fortin. Ah yes, you may pass. Proceed to Ishgard. Let's go. Also, the traffic was crazy. Normally, I can just like walk down the road and just like walk across the road really easily, but goddamn, it's like traffic jam central today.
And so they came, at a friend's behest.
Nice voicing. At a friend's behest. Look at our small, tiny crew wearing their fancy winter coats.
Once celebrated as saviors of Eorzea, brought low through treachery, their names blackened with royal blood. With memories of the lost and dreams of redemption, with hope yet in their hearts, they came.
Yeah, Alphanord finally dressed appropriately for the weather. Dude, voice acting's nice. To Ishgard we go. That is the question of the day, isn't it? If I've watched the gameplay for Elden Ring.
Shining city on the mount, overlooking the dominion of Kurthus. A great and proud nation, devoted to Halone, the Fury, ruled by Thordan VII, Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. The last bastion of the faith, her walls ever bristling with the sworn swords and spears of her 4 high houses.
Ooh.
A land that after 1,000 years of war
had forgotten what it was to be at peace. Through gates long closed, the warrior of light and his companions passed, entering at last a city whose history was written in blood. In the midst of the Dragon Song War they came, 3 weary travelers whose arrival would set in motion great change. Though none knew then how great.
From the memoirs of Count Edmond de Fortem, Heavensward. Interesting. Heavensward title card. We're finally in Heavensward. In Heavensward. I'm so excited. Just been a long time coming. And to think, maybe we might have been in another expansion by now if I didn't take a break. Maybe. House Fortem. Man-servant. Fortem? Hello, manservant. How do you do? I can't bow while I'm in dialogue, damn it. If you'd all come with me, can I bow now? Ah, yes. Nope. Me trying to bow to the guy. I can't immerse myself. Alright, we're in a new area. Let's make sure that we attune ourselves to new Aetheryte. That's important. Yes, all Final Fantasy games are very different. All the mainline ones have different stories, different worlds, different characters. They are all separate from each other, unless it's a directly numbered sequel or a prequel, etc., etc. Check this place out. Yeah, there's like enemies and names and stuff like that that get reused that are like constants throughout the series as part of their identity, but in terms of actual anything story related, no. Bruh, I can't summon a mount in this place. Yeah, they carry on like the same themes. Alright, where do I have to go? Up this way. Okay, that's the long way around, but it'll get me there. It'll get me there. What do you mean I can't ride my chocobo in here? It's pretty empty. It's pretty empty around here. Cool music though. Market board, material melter. Dude, I'm so excited because new music, new story. It's gonna be cool. Do I go up this way? Yeah, I should go up this way. Dude, look at you, fancy boy with your rose shield. And then we jump down the bottom. The last vigil. Cool. What a cool castle. What's found? What's found? The warrior of light and his brave companions walking the streets of Ishgard at last. 4 temps mana. 4 tone mana.
My lord, I have returned with the Scions.
I hope your journey was not too taxing.
Oh wow, the Count. Awkward silence.
I, Count Edmond de Fortomp, do bid you welcome.
I, Count Edmond de Fortomp.
House Fortomp, you shall be afforded every courtesy. My home is your home.
Nice. Get out. This is my place now.
My companions and I are deeply honored, Count Forton.
Still not adjusting to it.
The honor is mine, Master Alphino.
Count Dracula.
An expression of our gratitude for your service to Ishgard.
They got fashion.
Forgive me, my lord, but are you not concerned? To accept foreign guests at such a juncture, especially ones with our reputation.
Do not worry yourself on my account. 'Tis true that Ishgard's first thought has ever been the war effort, hence the closing of our borders. Yet it is in troubled times most of all that men should seek allies. Don't you think?
Don't you think?
Granted, my decision will have raised eyebrows in the vault and in the halls of the other high houses.
This man's hair is so sharp.
Altruistic endeavors,
his sideburns, eyebrows, and moustache is so pointy.
To voice their concerns.
This man's sharp, and his ears and his nose. He's fucking just sharp edges everywhere.
Though our numbers are much reduced, we are no less determined to carry on our work.
Full glad am I to hear it. But before you return to your labors, why not take a tour of the city? You would do well, I think, to acquaint yourselves with your new surroundings. After all, you may be here for some time.
Sharp. Land of the Sharp. Now I have to adjust to a new quest complete music that I also I don't know if I like that better. This music that's currently playing is still the same. Check the fashion out on these guys. Hello, me in my full suit of armor. Oh, hello, I bow to you. Ooh, armor, nice. That's not as good as what I already have. Great. Hi, Tintois, how you doing? I'm gonna keep being a dragoon because I really don't have the time of day to be leveling other classes, unfortunately. Until we get the chance to be a gunbreaker, maybe. But I really like being a dragoon. I think I am very happy with the class that I chose. A tour of the city. Their documentation is in order, I trust. Oh. Here are your papers. No worries, Guy and Box. Thank you so much for tuning in. Enjoy the rewatch of an older playthrough. There's plenty more waiting for you when you catch up. Oh, there's my papers with the unicorn sigil. Identify you as wards of House Forton. Given that our borders have remained closed for decades, many of my countrymen are unaccustomed to treating with foreigners. Ooh. And we bow. Omega, Tartaru, the city awaits. Let's go. Wild. Did they replace the voice actor for Oriange then? It's no longer Gideon Emery? So everyone got recasted, right? We're gonna miss Oriange's ye old English voiced by Gideon Emery, who just sounded like he was looking at it and going, I must test the ye old English voices. I doth protest, my lady. Alright, the manservant is giving us a tour. This is our perfect opportunity to attune ourselves to all of the Aethernet shards while we're here. The last vigil. These guys look awesome. Like it. Dude, look at that over there. Right, now you get into other guy's name here holding the horrible ye old milady fantasy English up to his face. Yeah, fuck's sake. Look at that statue up there. It's the Moonlight Greatsword. Interesting. This tower is like pointy to the point where it's got multiple halberds like sticking out of it here, and then even some of like the tower stuff over there is like sharp, like it's made of the same stuff. And then there's more up there. They just really was like, let's just make that the halberd tower. Very interesting aesthetic. The Hoplon, so named for the bronze great shield borne by our nation's patron deity, is the largest plaza in the land. Yeah, look at that. That's so cool. Knights 12. The Knights of the Round Table. Are these the... Is this Knights of the Round? Fathers of Ishgard, the brave knights who joined with King Thordan and I. Rich in history and tradition, there is much you can learn by exploring the pillars. If you would follow me to the Jeweled Crozier, I shall introduce you to Mistress Elias, our master of the markets. Time to go to the Ishgard markets. So I'm assuming it'll be like, it's like the slow introduction of here's the new location and we're going to help you figure it out and get like a lay of the land type deal, and then we'll let you go out into the world. Wilmot, look, they're wearing, oh no. Upon closer inspection, it's different. I was like, they're wearing Harry Potter robes. Looks like the Gryffindor outfit. Oh no, it's a dead end. Ah! Just jump over the edge. This music is very nice here. Yeah! It's me looking for spiders. Don't mind me. Wow, it's someone that doesn't look like a child for a change. Every single character that is like in this game, whether like just looks so young, except for what's his name? Man who got his arm cut off, Robard. But most people just all look so young and beautiful, and their skin is so fair. It's actually refreshing to get characters that look like they've got a bit of like age and experience in this world. Everyone's too young and beautiful. Look, it's Ishtola. What the fuck? Except it's not, but it is. It's Ishtola. They're doing a Ishtola cosplay character. Of course they are. What a duo. The Vieira and the cat girl. Alright, which direction are we going now? Back to the Aetheryte Plaza. Nyong. See, maybe I'll let me repair my stuff. I don't think I really need to repair much of it, but just I don't. Repair. Otherwise I'll forget to do that later. How much cash I have? Yeah, I got a bunch. I should probably have a look at this point. But I have looked at some things, and with like my level and what I can equip, I've got a pretty decent setup at the moment. But we should have a look. That's nice, but it's not. It's got materia slots, so maybe because this doesn't have materia slots, so like this is the stuff that I have at the moment. I've been getting like the ironwork stuff that I bought for like Allegan tomes or something, like the tome stones, and then I've got some Astrum stuff still. Oh yes, nice. Caps. Sky Steel Manufactory stands to the west. There, our engineers conceive and manufacture weapons for use against the dragons. The Holy Stables, where chocobos are trained for war, also lie in that direction. There's a broken statue here. To the north and east can be found the congregation of our knights most heavenly, while to the south and east, well, 'twould be best if you avoided that area. Interesting. Why is that? How so? And why is that? Thank you, Alphanod, asking the right questions. I fear our knights may not be able to ensure your safety in the lowest levels, Master Alphanod. Hold your nose when you pass the broom, little lord. A delicate flower like you is... You're a delicate flower. You misjudge me, sir, for I am no lord, but a humble traveller. Come to see the sights, have you? Take a turn down the hop-on and gawp at the statues. If you've a mind to learn how the better half live, come and have a drink at the Forgotten Knight, if your nursemaid'll let you. My humblest apologies. Pay that drunken lout no mind. But I must. Alright, let's go see the Forgotten Knight. Let's go have a fucking beer. We're not in lockdown anymore, so I can actually go and go to the pub and have a beer. It's nice. It's good. That's why I get to spend my nights going down to somewhere like the Forgotten Knight in real life. We'll see how bad it is though. Tune to this Aetheryte as well. There's an Aetheryte here. I don't think I've attuned to this one either. Okay, back in here. The broom. Okay. In here. Yeah. Sorry to drop in on you all, but here I am. I must say, this is rather unusual. Not just one, but a whole party of fresh new faces in my tavern. Name's Gibrillon. Just Gibrillon will do. I'm flattered. You can be Gib. Your name is now Gibbs. Alright, Gibbs. When the weather's foul and the broom rolls in thick, the poor sods living at the bottom who have to deal with it. I love how this dude's just like, please, sir, do not dabble with these folk. Let's go back to the manor. And we're all like, no, let's go and hang out with them. She's gonna stay here for gossip. And off she goes. Alright, back to Forton Manor. When they're just like, let's make everything French in this expansion, so Chris has to try and pronounce it correctly all the time. They put me through it. What's the closest place to get to the... I guess I'll go from here. I don't know which one the closest from. Oh, we could have gone from the last vigil obviously would have been the best one to travel to. Durr. Might just attune to these aetherites while I'm here. Done that. I really like the music in this place. This music here is really nice. Halberd Tower. What's the update about the in-town warping? Hey, Gabs, welcome. Thank you so much for the kind words. You found out about me last week and you've already binged all the Souls episodes. Mad. That's pretty speedy. That's pretty speedy. Alright. We've attuned everywhere. Oh, hang on. Where does this go? Wrong way. You'll be able to see the map. Okay. Oh, that's cool, seeing the map. Right, that makes sense. When choosing where to travel to. Nice. This music is gorgeous. So nice. Speak to you, I guess. Let me in, please. Count Ed, what's up, boy? Eddie. The nodding never stops. I would like you to do all of the most difficult things that we need to get done that nobody else would do. Do all of the hard stuff. I beg your pardon. I'm more than capable by carrying out my duty by myself. Why do these characters just look like they could all be voiced by Quinton Flynn and it would actually fit them? These two. I'm just like listening to the, like reading these words, I'm just like reading them in Quinton Flynn's voice. simultaneously keeping his sons in check. Interesting. I can't really even wear any of these. Give me the pieces. Done. Okay. Alright, so we've got 2 people that we can now serve and do some jobs for them and help them out and keep them in check. But I think everybody, after 4.5 hours of finishing A Realm Reborn and starting Heavensward, I think it's about time that I wrap the stream up and I take a little bit of a break because I've got a little bit of work to do later, you know. Got to get some work done, and then I've also got to record. I got to record some games and stuff. So we're gonna wrap up the stream, but I'm so excited that we're at Heavensward. It's been very cool to see the opening movie and all of the twists and turns and the betrayals of the ending of A Realm Reborn is a very interesting direction to take everything in, and it gives us a very interesting beginning to a new expansion to kind of clear our names in a new location, and then eventually make our way back to you know, Uldar and stuff like that, in a story perspective to actually to get back onto it. So I am going to be streaming again in a couple of days, but I'm not sure what we're going to be streaming yet. Dex is a bit busy, so the Halo stream that I was trying to see if I could arrange might have to be next week instead. See how we go. Maybe I'll stream some more Dark Souls. I might even look into seeing if I can get a mod or something working on Dark Souls 3, and we might be able to do like a modded playthrough, which could be fun and interesting. Now that the caveman run is over, we could start something else. So I'll try and rotate between like Final Fantasy 14 and Dark Souls, and then throw in a couple of Halo streams when me and Dex have time. So hello Rex, and goodbye Rex. welcome to the stream right as I say goodbye. So I will be taking a break, but I'll be back with Final Fantasy 14 next week, so we'll continue with Heavensward, which is going to be a lot of fun, and we'll see what we get up to. So thank you so much for you guys that are still watching and tuning in to the stream, and I will catch you next time.